Welcome everyone to day 3 in Valencia OptiOrange Trophy. We are just seeing the race 1 of Gold Fleet go live. And here we have some of the sailors already with a really good start, pushing to that left side of the course. Big waves, not usual for Valencia with the sunny weather, but today with this cloudier and more strong breeze, we are seeing the waves get bigger, so it will be for sure a tough day for everyone.
Ah, qué bueno, Dios.
And today here with me I have Agustin Zabalua. He was our commentator last year, did a great job and made the streaming very interesting, and he's with us. So how are you, Agustin?
Hi Pablo, good morning. Thank you very much for the new invitation here in the OptiOrange 2016. Day 3. So now we have we are seeing the Gold Fleet just started. We saw an excellent start from Turkey from the pin end. So let's review the conditions a little bit today. It's completely different than what has been happening in the last 2 days. Initially with some easterly sunny day, easterly breeze, steady with 8-9 knots. Yesterday was just changing the sector to southeast. So more enjoyable race with a little bit choppy but always sea breeze. Today the things changed radically. We have a low pressure coming into the north of Spain that is generating some distortion here in the Med. So basically all the components change to northeast. So the battlefield now is completely different, is setting completely different. So we have the upwind mark next to the end of the pier of the commercial port. So after the first start, I don't know what do you think, Pablo, but for me the favorite is the left inside. Probably if they hold with no waves there and they keep just to manage to attack in the right shift, I believe in the left handy fleet will do a great job now. So we are expecting now the second start. It's going to be a yellow group, right?
Blue.
The blue. In the blue.
Sorry, blue, which is silver now.
Silver now, yeah. Okay, very nice. So we are seeing a really choppy conditions. So has been blowing north all night. So let's see how they perform. And it's going to be a good day for a heavy crew. They will need to work really hard with the body just to manage to get some speed out there. So, yeah.
And tell me, Agustin, is this typical conditions here for Valencia, what we're seeing?
Not really. No, it's not a typical condition. This is a condition that we face normally in spring or in autumn when we have transitions between the easterly summer breeze and the westerly, strong westerly. So it's incredible. The last 2 months has been a very strong westerly winds. Not many days really capable to be sailable here in Valencia, 25, 30 knots. So we are really lucky in this OptiOrange. Basically, if we remember what happened the last OptiOrange, in the last day we have super strong winds, exactly for the same component, northeast, is becoming a classical wind now in the OptiOrange. I think it's good for the sailors to have a different kind of conditions. They are moving from different sectors to light to strong winds, and that's made that the best will win this championship. We are seeing now the guys just from the left inside, as we comment, they are just eating part of the cake upwind. Very nice job. We are seeing now, so I think it's Sweden, very lifty. We have a boat from Portugal as well. So, no, I think it's Peru. It's Peru, I think, defending the leeward side against Hong Kong participated. Very strong.
Very international fleet this year.
Amazing. You see the countries, how many countries we have participating?
We have all these countries participating now, as you can see, many countries from everywhere in the world. Quite surprising that the US is the second country with the most sailors, eh?
Yes. They're like they understood that this is part of the European circuit, at least in Optimis, after Palamos. So many of these crew members from states, they just stay and keep and hold all the logistics, boats and reefs and everything, just bring it to Valencia. And in the previous week was a lot of activity also in the US team, training hard. So we're gonna check later after the first race the results and see how this team is doing. So we are back in the water. Great images from our drone. Antonio doing a great job over there. Congratulations. So let's see how this is moving. Apparently, so if we see how the fleet is spread in the first upwind leg, according to the images, we can see that probably the middle left is Spain. Spain hardly here. So incredible fleet sailing right now. We can see a lot of tackings, a lot of body movement. They're trying to generate speed, obviously try to sail in a free gas. So the secret here is just to look at the clear winds. So now the fleet is more reduced, it's completely spreaded, but they are doing a great job. So look how the waves are increasing when they are getting closer to the upwind mark. So the waves are really increasing. We're gonna see a great downwind leg. Yeah, the wind is probably now at the 13 knots, probably 14 in the gas.
So we just have the live update of conditions on the water. We're gonna bring them up now. As you can see, we have a 12 to 14 knots. from the 50, so northeast wind direction, a wave height of 0.5 meters, so quite a big wave for Valencia conditions, which usually has a small chop, and 13 degrees, so not the warmest day of all, but still great conditions to sail, don't you think?
Yeah, it's lovely conditions. I mean, Valencia is never giving up in terms of conditions. So after nearly 20 years sailing over here, and it's exceptional that if we have one day that we cannot go out and do a properly training and properly sailing. See, this is one of the things that Valencia offer and can guarantee, especially in Optimis when we move all this fleet of 500 boats or nearly 600 yachts, and they want to go for a race. So when you are in a venue that the wind conditions are not appropriate, it's quite hard for the kids. They get very impatient in short, and yeah, we expect to have it all here in the water where they feel better. They are here for that, for racing, for give the best effort and try to beat the race, try to be the heroes of the day. Yeah. So now we are moving. Already we have the boats in the windward mark, upper windward mark. So the fleet is super compact at the moment.
Yes, top sailors here really battling for the top places,
Yeah.
not giving up a single centimeter. Eh?
Yeah, look at it. Some lefty there.
Some boats overstanding a bit ley line, don't you think so?
Yeah, over the line, but it's normal because they start to tag in this
They tag on
train
top,
line,
on
and
top.
you need to extend it. So the trick is the. I mean, the best tactician in Optimis, and I'm always saying that they are the kids that understand first the geometry in the school.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and basically how they can just manage to do the minimum distance in the upwind leg. So that is not guaranteed that you're gonna win the race, but it's gonna be a really a spectacular downwind leg. Can you see? Yeah, just we are getting closer to this mark, and the wind is increasing.
Yes.
So probably it's already solid 14 there. It's a clear images from our drone. Lovely images. So let's see how this gap is closed. At the moment is 3 boats coming from left, some of them tacking out to get some clear breeze back. I think in the middle left was the most convenient.
And look at the iconic orange mark. Eh?
Oh yeah, but this year changed a little bit, right? You have a blue cup, but always respecting the same shape.
And
Classical orange.
And the orange, the logo from the OptiOrange Regatta.
It's already, so what? It's the 5th edition. So this race has becoming 8th edition. Sorry, here is the team correcting me. We have a really a temptation here to bring all these teams to Valencia every year. Every year is becoming more and more attractive, especially after the circuit. When it's finished in Palamos, they move everything, all the structure here in Valencia. The club is always open, arms open for all the sailors that would like to participate. They can come early on, spend a week here, previously training with all the coaches, all the facilities, always ready with the excellent vibra for everybody.
And looks like Polish sailor is on the lead, right?
Oh wow, it's a lot of speed. Look, she's a big girl, eh? It's working in the choppy. Clearly, is doing a lot of speed, a lot of momentum.
Look at there how well played the body work and the steering, really using it to pass the waves, eh?
That's the day for her, and for all these guys that Optimis. You're gonna see sailors from 8-9 years old until 15. So that is a huge difference, and it's a big changes in the kids when they grow, and it's not the same head, it's not the same body, and you need to fit always in the same boat. It's just small. I don't know you, Pablo, but in my case, when I was 13, I just jumped out from the Optimis. I couldn't handle it with 62 kilos. Was a little bit frustrating at the time. So, but they understand how to manage. So we are back in the water. The first 2 boats reaching the first upwind mark. Closing the gap here. We have a few Spanish drilling into the top 10 boats, French, Netherlands, Finland, Norway. We have a Turkish boat in second place, and is a Polish boat in first place in this gold group. So what we have seen is that the pin end and the left was much more convenient. Now, now it's very interesting to see how is the line of boats. They tack over the line, and they are doing more distance, but this is the only way to sail in clear breeze when you are not really find your room. So it's the big pack coming into the mark. First race of the day, OptiOrange 2016 8th edition Gold fleet. Very compact fleet. The majority of the pack is taking the starboard tack here just to get the mark, reaching quickly to the offsets and bearing away immediately. So we're gonna start to see some images now from the downwind leg. Beautiful conditions up there. We have a 0.4, 0.5 meters waves with a component northeast. Steady breeze from the 40-45 degrees. Very steady at the moment. Is between 12 and 14 in the gas. Oh wow, sun. Oh, that's tricky. It's not room. It's not under the rule. When you are coming from the left inside, you need to respect the room of the boat. There you go. Very good. Well done. Bearing away. Looking for your spot. Tacking. Oh, there's been a contact there. It's amazing how we can see these guys tacking, moving. Has been many years training. We have a very, very good sailor from all around the world battling in this gold fleet. So this is a huge sacrifice for many of these teams. They train super hard. They spend many hours. They do clinics with the best coaches. They travel the circuit, and yeah, they are there. They don't want to lose OptiOrange. Something special in this championship is a magic ambient. In short, everything is thinking and planning to get the kids really happy and getting each other, consolidating friendship, which is the most important probably. Obviously everybody wants to win a race. Yeah, that's the goal. So now downwind leg, first Gold Cup. Flipped here, bearing away, going straight to the mark. Still the leading. We have Poland, Turkey, and Spain. The fleet is the second pack is quite spread, with they're reaching quite fast now. It's very important now in this leg. They just move away from dirty air from other sails. So look at that. So we have clear images from the really first boats here, Turkey and Poland. Look, Poland is sailing a little bit faster, working a little bit harder. Yeah, there you go. Turkey is losing a little bit of speed. It's already in the dirty year of Poland. Poland is doing a great job. He's 35.51. We're gonna check who is she. Is a sailor from Poland. She looks very calm, keeping the concentration.
Yeah, Pola Wojcik from Poland doing great job there, taking the lead. She was consistently top 20 the last few days, and now she's in this leading position. So if she manages to hold here, she might go really up in the overall.
Oh, of course. So and it's great to see females always pointing like this. So that is incredible. How, one of these races is taking like 45 minutes. in total. So I think one of the goals of the coaches here is just teach to the kids how to keep the concentration during these 45 minutes, full concentrated, understand quickly, adapt quickly. I think is one of the beauty of this sport. So it's not simple, just get the ball and go to the park. So it's a lot of variables here. First thing that the kids needs to do is just to break the initial fear when you are a starter sailor, and when you basically these kids start to enjoy the boat, they don't want to go out. They don't want to keep sailing.
Of course, it's cold, sometimes it's windy, you don't know how to control the boat. It's not that easy at the start.
It's not that easy. I have a kid in just starting after the sailing school. He's doing in C category, so it's about 4 or 5 months. I say, okay, son, what do you like to participate next year in the OptiOrange? He's 8. I say, Daddy, I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I need my coach next to me all the race to do it. So, but he's just super motivated. I bring it here just to enjoy the ambient, and he's in over the reef with my crew, looking the races around. So, yeah, I really recommend all the families, including the Valencia families, local families, that they want to get involved in the sailing sport. It's not something complicated. All the clubs have school systems, so they can really get closer and enjoy this sport.
Yes, and it's a great sport. Brings lots of values to the sailors.
Of course. So first boat taking, the second mark, very in a way, deep downwind, getting the boat ready. So trimming
the spread there.
Yeah. So very concentrated. This girl really is doing a great job. Yeah, just Turkey recovery and managed to stay in second place. And we have a Spanish on the bit there, fighting in third, fourth, Spain, and US in fifth. So US must be there. So they have so many sailors, and yeah, they're gonna be dragging and dragging the end. So we have Norway with some problems there.
Yeah, just had the spread to lose, no? I think.
Yeah, it's to lose. They need to react immediately. They need to just check the sail, and something is not working there. So
let's see if they can fix it now.
Yeah. Here we go. It's a shame. Any position in the first 10 boats is gold. It's gold, man. It's got so many sailors that each point counts. So, yeah. So a big gas coming in, some boat decide to do something different there.
And look at the fleet, so compact.
It's coming there, so I'm sure some of these kids are trying to recovery. They are thinking in the points, trying to do better.
And nothing is closed, The race is being so tight. Look at this group, good downwind, and you're 15 boats ahead,
Yeah. It's very compact. Let's see what happened. So we have the juries very active there.
Yeah, you just have to check no one is doing any infringements of the rules or breaking any of the rules to get an unfair advantage. So great job there by the umpires, just keeping everyone in place.
Yeah, remember we have many rules. We have a big rule books. This is not just simple sailing. We have, our audience is from different countries. Maybe not everybody is an expert in sailing sports, so just the basis here is that we have a rule book. We have especially a rule 42, which is concerned to the body pumping, body movements, what we can do with the waves, when we can pull the sheets.
No? What we can do and what we can't do in this sport.
So remember that during the race, we will have at least 3 reefs with juries on board. So the juries, they judged in real time if they are seeing any infraction, and they will use 2 different flags to generate a penalty immediately. So when the kids gets identified with the penalty, they need to do 1 or 2 turns, depending of the Opti rules for this championship in special. So no one wants to be in a complicated situation, because if you lose, you're gonna lose at least 10 boats or 15 boats. So
And what can this illegal propulsion be? What can the sailors do to
now,
illegally?
after many years and also, discussing many infractions, personal infractions with the juries in the World Cups in different categories, I think the best is try to be at the limit of the rule, but we need to be very, very careful. So always will depend of the eye of the jury. So if the jury is absolutely strict, you should not be moving in this line of the rule 42. So, but if you are super study, you are not doing things, you are not moving,
The boat doesn't work either, no?
you're not gonna be on the speed that you need to beat the race. So that's the thing.
And looks like the sorry to interrupt. Looks like the sailors are already approaching the gate. Let's soon change to that camera and see who is in the lead still. Let's see it. We can't see yet, but soon we will be able to see the. This is a shot from behind. Look at all the fleet going downwind already. Great shot here. And let's just switch back to the other camera. Who do you think is in the lead? You think Poland manages to hold to the leading position she had in the reaching?
There has been some interesting movements here. Some of the boats jive just after the second mark.
Looks like the breeze is a bit lighter here, no?
It's a little bit lighter, yes. When they sail into the Valencia Gulf, the breeze will, the waves will be absolutely the same. We have like half a meter of wave. So they need to look back all the time, looking for pressure. So I think the best strategy here was just jibe immediately and heading straight to the mark, because the waves are pushing from the back. So when you get the right alignment of the back of your boat with the waves, you are using this inertia, this extra inertia. So we call it kinetic. It's part of the physics science that we study to sail properly. So not only downwind, we can use this waves force also for tacking. When you get the right momentum over the wave and you tack, basically you are not forcing the boat with your body, you are using all the energy of the wave to tack faster. So imagine these kids are tacking probably 5, 6, 7, 8 times each upwind leg. So if in each tack they can manage to get half a meter with a good tack, at the end they will get 10 boats over, and that is a huge difference. So we are the first now jiving. I think still Poland on the lead. She have a very clear understanding where to go, eh?
And here we have the leading boats just passing the gate. Let's see who it is. Looks like Poland is in second place with her green boat. Manages to squeeze there up, probably wants to block who I think is Turkey. You think is Turkey there?
Yeah, I think in this last downwind leg, Turkey managed to pass in the inward end, and Poland just in the back. But I think she have a little bit more speed upwind. Let's see how it goes. She's just following the line to the left, so it's quite clear many of the boats are choosing the left, so which was the favorite side. Yeah, now is the second part of the pack, just more spirited here.
Yeah, as you see, the fleet was more compact, but now in the downwind, speed really makes a difference. Eh?
Absolutely.
Really
Absolutely.
Stretch out.
Nice rounding there. In the right side, We have a US, France, Peru, Spain, France. Ah, nice move, ahí. Very good. So, two boats coming in together. Turkey, Spain coming in, and the big pack is coming there. So, now the strategy will be try to find a clear breeze. When you are in this third part of the pack, it's very complicated. You need always to try to see what is coming, how you can take advantage of any situation. So take a look. This is amazing. Oh, this is amazing. All this is super compact, the fleet. Have a look, have a look, have a look. It's gonna be like 15 boats coming into the gate, all together. Take a look, take a look. Oh, wow. GVR Spain there, they respect. Oh, wow, it's a compact there. Oh, they need to respect the interior in 3 boat lengths of the marks. Who is inside is the right to go first. It's not easy when there's not many room on the gate and you have so many boats, 25, 26 boats coming in together. So these situations get the sailors very nervous. Yeah, so very good that boat, Hungary, avoiding the collision against the rudder of other competitor. It was not the Puerto Rico boat. Puerto Rico 72 tags there trying to get clear breeze. US, another, the last pack of the fleet. Canada, they maneuvering pretty well. So all the sailors here are in top conditions. It's a Gulf fleet. Second upwind leg for them. Lovely rounding. Beautiful images from our drone. Great job, Tony. Great images. Hope everybody's enjoyed these images from the live streaming. Okay, so the fleet is moving to the left. Clearly, is shifted to the left as we expected. We can see that basically 80% of the boats of the Gulf fleet are sailing in the starboard tack, looking the lefty. The waves obviously in this tack side is much more convenient. As soon as they tack, they move to the port tack, the waves just face the Optimist clearly but at 90 degrees. So remember, the Optimist is a boat which have the bow, the front of the boat is super flat. So it's really complicated to cross over the waves when you are facing it. You can really make the boat super slow if you are not handling your body. So we can see the work. These are the first two boats. I think it's Turkey and Poland. Are very close to each other. They have similar speeds. So the Turkey is trying to manage to stay on the top. And Poland is just chasing. It's not taking the risk. She decided to tack. It's a good choice. Probably she started to receive dirty year coming from Turkey 1776. Looking for opportunity. Obviously, the strategy for Turkey is just to cover the second. I think he's leaving Poland to open the left. Was not really a clear thinking, because Poland is getting a strong breeze now. Is heading up a little bit more harder. Have obviously more apparent wind, and the boat is flat. She's doing a great body working. extending the lead. I think Turkey will manage to stay in the windward side. When they start to close the gap at the upper end, right end of the windward mark, is more pressure, not necessarily more better angle, but the sea is more pressure. Constantly the wave is growing. We have a little bit more, probably 0.6. We are going to check now the meteorological mark. We have real-time information on that one.
Click on the thing, lyrics. Because they're not going to be in OBS, it's just going to be here.
So where are we now, Agustin? What's happening?
This is the last start of the day. Group, the fourth, I think we are managing to see the green group here. The fleet is still very compact after the start. The middle left group, they are doing pretty well, so you can see how the lefty shift is still paying. Even if, I mean, here is quite complicated in the strategy today. I explained of some of the coaches that came early on, just to check some meteorological conditions. So if you start from the left and you look after the left, you're gonna have a little bit less pressure, but the waves will be smaller. So maybe it's a good strategy for light crew to do that thing, to move to the left side. But if you're a heavy crew and you are expecting to develop the maximum speed of your boat and you are over 40 kilos, the fully right inside is a favorite tack because it's more pressure out there. So, but the waves it will be bigger. That means that the strategy could change. But the wind is pretty steady. The shift is 5-6 degrees, super managed. The most important is being the pressure, of course, not tacking so many times. Try to be conservative. Left middle for me is the favorite, and we can see that is paying, especially the lefty. So we have the first boats just heading to the left line.
It looks like we have someone comfy in the lead, no?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it belongs to the same group, but yeah, should be one of the guys, but it's generating a big difference, eh?
And rocking conditions, getting stronger and
yes,
stronger.
Getting stronger, yes, that is the meteo showing. We expect gas until 70 knots today, but it's why we are here, right? So no wind, no races.
No wind, no races, lots of wind, lots of fun, eh?
Yeah. So, okay, this first boat from the green group is just going to cover the left island, apparently. But looks like that yes, it belongs to the same group. It's tacking just on the left line with a really considerable distance from the second and the second part of the pack. Amazing speed. Now we're gonna go a little bit closer. Antonio is gonna position it the drone, so we're gonna see immediately this mark rounding. You can see now in this panoramic how the waves on the right side are smaller, and as soon as they're reaching the line out of the commercial port wall, the waves increase. They have more than half a meter waves height, so
Rocking conditions,
rocky conditions, yeah. So
Valencia definitely delivering for all the fleets here.
Yeah.
All.
we're gonna have a lot of activity this year in Valencia. There's gonna be a lot of championships.
Any international regattas coming in?
Yeah,
Valencia this
I mean,
year? Worlds or Europeans?
Yeah, 3 weeks ago we finished with the 29ers Europeans. Was a really cool. They wait because the wind was so strong. The last 2 days they managed to do 5 races. Was really an amazing with all these colors and powerful 29ers sailing around. They really enjoyed. They obviously we keep beating activity every weekend. If it's not big boat races, we have J80s, we have Snipes, we have Ilkas.
So sailing paradise here, no?
All the time, all weekend. So think that we have like nearly 23 reefs and 25 coaches actively working every weekend.
Oh wow! So incredible.
Yeah. So the club is doing a great job. We have a different fleet captains, so we get each other every 2 weeks in the club just to coordinate it and check when one of the fleet is getting is decreasing in quantity of sailors, and we try to help each other to push back the sailors in the water and get a solid fleet over here. Right, so reaching the first mark, this green group, amazing conditions for these kids today. So for our viewers, we explain some basically concepts. The kids are sailing upwind. So this means that the wind is coming from northeast, so they are tacking. They cannot go straight into the wind, otherwise they will become a flag. So they have a sail, so they tack like climbing the mountains, okay? So they're doing angles. So the first boat reaching the first mark, Lovely. So now it's a reaching. So this means that the wind is going to be nearly 90 degrees. Related to the boat course, so they need to ease the sail. They will put the centerboard up a little bit because the centerboard only will work upwind, generating this momentum, displacement momentum to get the boat going ahead. So very compact. We have a very solid lead. The first 10 boats are rounding. We have Turkey, Spain, many Spanish boats, obviously, always in the mix. In the first package, we have Ireland, we have Sweden, we have Norway. They love these windy, choppy conditions. They are used to it. Many Turkish boats, many Turkish sailors as well. Normally the kids, they try to get the boat in the right lie line, so they have the right to pass, and avoiding any conflict coming from the left inside.
So, Agustin, I was just outside now. Remember the sailor we saw that had to stop on the downwind?
Yeah.
He's just outside here of the studio. Unfortunately, his mast broke.
Oh,
So
wow.
we're getting quick replacement here in boxes, and out he goes again.
Okay. Oh, he broke the mast, and this was one of the kids that was doing a great job. I think it's a gold fleet. He was
And
in
the Norway
the
boy
first
we
5
saw in
boats.
the downwind. He was in the top pack, eh?
Yeah, things happen.
But anyways, it's important to remember for these sailors that this regatta is usually training. Doesn't count for anything in national rankings. It's a big event, part of the Excellence Cup, but it is not one of the Worlds or European Championships that people do the lead up to.
So, Pablo, we have a World Cup, Optimus World Cup this year?
Yeah, we have World Championship this year in Morocco, in Tanger.
All right.
We will be there also streaming, and apart from that, there's Europeans also, North Americans in Canada, and many events looking up to.
So when is going to be it's going to be probably in August, September? Do you remember the
So the Worlds are gonna be in June, from 18 to 28 of June in Tanger. It will be the first time that it's hosted in Africa World Championship. They're really preparing well. I was speaking with the organizers, and they're really looking forward to make a great event.
Yeah, of course. So it's they have the first time a World Optimist Championship is it's not something that they need to work 1 year in advance at minimum. So I think this will give everything just to have the sailors in the great conditions and for the great fight, which is the World Cup. So it's the dream of any of the sailor.
Yes,
Or
of course.
at least participate in the World Cup. So just when you grow, you pass this instant that you get your level. Sometimes it will happen between 11, 12 years old. So you have the maturity to understand all the concepts, to keep the concentration, to handle the boat properly. You want to beat the race. You want to be there. You want to be part of the.
So we are back live now. We just had a short internet breakage. Back once again here, seeing the finish of what we believe is Silver Fleet. And let's check the camera, see what's happening.
Yeah, Blue Fleet finishing the first race of the day. I think we have 3 races in the program of the established by our race officer, Cesar, doing a great job. It's not easy to handle in the water so many boats, so many fleets, so he needs to be very well organized. We have a great team of people working on the reefs, people working on the marks. I think in the future the things will simplify a little bit for our race committee when we start to put these, electronic instruments like Baccaros, and now it's a lot of things are considered for the world sailing.
Yes, they're really trying different formats, different
Yeah.
ways to make it work, and just keep the competition as fair, because right now we're relying on human eye for a line that sometimes can be even 1 kilometer long, and you have to guess with a small precision, so it can be quite tricky, and the world sailing is trying different electronic devices to be able to be more fair.
Yeah, sure, Pablo. For your viewers, we are talking especially in the start line. So we have an imaginary line between the committee race boat and the pin end, which is a mark. So in the committee race boat, we have flags that each flag have a concept very clear for sailors, so very clear instruction on it. So it's the time, is the kind of a course that they need to sail, and we have more information, timing for start, etc., and a group, of course. So one of the tricky parts is just to have a clearly visibility of which boats are out of the line, or that's we call it OCS boats. So and when 50% of the fleet normally is OCS, is out of the line on time, so the procedure shows that they need to repeat the start, all the start procedure. So that is a really waste of time for any committee race boat and team. So with new instruments, as Pablo was commenting, the idea is to have a GPS lines trackers live, which they can position it exactly in the line, and if any boat is out of the line, they will have a sign on board with a red light or with a green light, so they will know immediately if they are out or they are in. So, and it's not regrets, no complaints, no protests. So but at the moment we are still managing to have the committee officer just with the view and determined who is in, who is out. So fair enough for us. Okay, so we just having some drone images. We have the first two groups already they have finished the first race of the day. They now will recovery, drink some water, get some power bars, some fruit probably, and they're going to be ready for the second race.
Yeah, back to the action soon. 3 races planned for today. Nearly first race done for all the groups. Yellow finished. I think blue also finished. And here we are seeing red and green racing. So still a bit of time for these last 2 fleets, but the day is going to keep on rolling, and hope you enjoy today's streaming.
Yeah, lovely images right now. So the course now, we can see it's clearly how the pressures are, how we get affected of the new long wall. This is a new long wall. You have a cargo ship over there. So we have northeast. Basically, we cannot think the wind like a straight line and a straight arrow. So the wind is absolutely moving in a turbulence. And if the coach can help to the kids to have a good reading, they will manage to do a great tactics here. So at the moment, everything now Luke is paying the middle left inside, and obviously the kids with more weights are generating more momentum, more speed, and let's wait for the results. Let's see what happens, how the positions are marked, and be ready for the second race of the day.
Yes, and look at the conditions here from the rib that we can see. Looks windy and looks wavy, yeah?
Yeah, it's been moving.
Sometimes you can't appreciate this in the drones because everything looks so small, but once you get into the close view, it's crazy.
No, we have a good waves over there. Yeah, it's great conditions. So I think obviously we have security limits. So it's not simple that okay, we have 30 knots or we have stormy conditions and we put the kids out there in the middle of the ocean. So we have a very strict security procedures. In short, and all the people that is working to have these kids in the water very actively. You can see all these ribs, yeah, all these coach ribs, support ribs, security ribs. So also we have different teams of the Red Cross in the water for keep security for any incident, any kid that have a problem. They will be immediately taken in short to be assisted. So obviously for our listeners and our viewers that are thinking in the security, say, oh, how these kids are managing to be in the ocean for five hours, probably, yes, it's not a problem, they enjoy it. All the groups of kids of each country, they have a coach. Every 6-7 kids is a coach with a rib, so they have clothing, they have water, they have food, and they have spare parts on this rib, and really they don't care. They have the way to take water out of the Optimist. They are working all the time with these hands. They have two like small buckets connected with small
the
lines.
bailers, right?
No bailers. So really, when I jumped from the Optimist to the first, I think was a laser at the time, and I realized that I don't need to be taking water out of the boat.
Incredible.
It was a great time for me, yes. Especially when these kids, they capsize. Can happen, it's normal. They learn from the school how to capsize and recover the boat immediately. So they are full of water. The Optimist never is going to sink because they have three floating devices, plenty of air, and the Opti will stay always afloat. So the first thing that these kids learn is if you capsize, you must stay always with the boat. You never will swim away from the boat, because the boat is something that can be visible from a distance, and know your head floating only in your water. So they recover the boat, they take the water out, they keep going, they became strong, and they just go back to the fight, with our learning. So it looks like it's now...
Look at the waves, eh?
Yeah, big waves, but here is just not really breezy, because they are at the end of the Gulf, where are probably more protected, so it's more pressure up there. Yeah, and the right inside of the course. So beautiful images now from the RIP, from our live cameras.
Yes, great effort by a whole team to put this streaming together and getting us amazing shots from all the views. Let's go again, because we have multiple screens, and I think here we have the Red Fleet finishing. Great conditions once again. The waves. And now we're back here in the gate, seeing the last boats of this Emerald Fleet rounding, going up to the top upwind. As you can see, many boats, and the conditions still looking good. So let's see how the day advances. But great shots by the whole team. Good work to them.
Okay, can you check if there's 5G here, like if it's connected well for sure?
So we are back live in this OptiOrange 2016. We are with the Green Fleet, finishing the first race of the day. So this is a finishing line, Green Fleet, lovely conditions. So the first 3-4 boats fighting just to get the best position as possible and get ready for the second race. The rest of the fleet is already in the start line, getting ready, recovering from the first race, getting some water, some energy, resetting the boat, talking with the coaches, reviewing what was happening in the first race, just to get a better understanding for the second. Yeah, so here is critical, the start line. So here we are in our command center here in Real Club Nautico de Valencia. We are with an optimist sailor. So it's from Real Club Nautico de Valencia. It's an optimist sailor from the C categories, not racing the OptiOrange, but is very passionate. We're going to speak in Spanish a little bit, and we're going to do some questions to this sailor. Buenas tardes, ¿cómo es tu nombre?
Mi nombre es Mauro.
Eres Mauro, ¿y navegas en Optimist?
Sí.
¿Sí? ¿Y qué te parece el OptiOrange? ¿Qué has visto hasta ahora? ¿Cómo la has vivido el OptiOrange? ¿Qué has visto?
Me ha encantado el OptiOrange, bueno, sigue encantándome. Ahora mismo estoy viendo por las cámaras, todo genial. El OptiOrange es una maravilla.
¿Recomiendas a tus amigos de España y de otros países que vengan a Valencia a competir en el OptiOrange?
Lo recomiendo muchísimo.
¿Sí? ¿Y cuáles son las actividades que tienen en tierra los chicos cuando terminan las regatas o antes de las regatas?
Después de las regatas, o antes de las regatas, puedes montar y todo eso. Montas el barco, la vela, y después te vas al agua. Antes puedes tomarte un zumo de naranja del OptiOrange. En la OptiOrange hay zumo de
naranja. Qué bueno, hay zumos del
gratis.
OptiOrange, por supuesto, estamos en el OptiOrange, hay zumos de naranja para todos.
Porque se llama OptiOrange.
Muy bien, muy bien. Y dime, ¿qué le recomendarías tú a los niños que quieren empezar a navegar en Optimis? ¿Qué es lo que deberían hacer? Si tienen miedo, ¿cuál es tu consejo para ellos?
Si tienen miedo a navegar, yo diría que naveguen, o sea, que rompan el miedo. O sea, ¿sabes cómo se rompe un miedo?
¿Cómo se hace? A ver, ¿cómo se pierde el miedo cuando empezamos a navegar?
Navegando.
Vale, muy bien. ¿Y qué función cumplen los entrenadores o las entrenadoras? ¿Cómo te ayudan?
Me ayudan diciéndome las cosas que tengo que hacer, como vamos a hacer una liebre y se va de liebre Mauro. Yo me voy de liebre el primero y los demás me siguen. Pitan las entrenadoras con un silbato que tienen y la liebre tiene que virar. Después todos lo tienen que pasar por la popa.
Muy bien, son entrenamientos que hacen cuando están practicando, cuando están en los primeros niveles. Muy bien. ¿Y tú cómo preparas la vela o cómo modificas la vela cuando hay viento fuerte o cuando hay viento suave? ¿Qué haces tú con la vela? ¿Cómo la trabajas?
Cuando hay viento fuerte, yo lo que hago es esto. Poner los matafiones bien fuertes.
Bien tensos.
Bien tensos para que no se me salga ninguno. Después, cazar mucho la percha si hay mucho viento. Depende del viento. Y poner el timón, la orza, todo tranquilo y navegar.
Bueno, ¿y qué equipo necesita un niño que navega en Optimist? En invierno, por ejemplo, ¿cómo se va a vestir?
Con un neopren, una térmica debajo del neopren.
Ajá.
Y un chaleco salvavidas. Y si quieres una chaqueta, un suéter o algo.
Muy bien, y salvavidas, por supuesto.
Obvio.
Guantes, gorra, gafas de sol, crema solar.
Sí, también.
Escarpines de neopren.
También.
Para el frío, muy bien. ¿Y llevas algo de comida o de agua en el barco cuando entrenas?
Algo de comida puedes llevar.
Vale, puedes llevar algo de comida. Muy bien. ¿Cuántos países diferentes has visto aquí en el OptiOrange?
Un montón.
Montón.
Los que he visto yo, por lo menos 10, los que he visto yo.
¿De qué países has visto, por ejemplo?
de USA, Estados Unidos.
Muy bien. ¿De dónde más?
Rusia.
Muy bien. ¿De dónde más?
Argentina.
Ah, mira, ¿cuántos
España.
países? Muy bien, muy bien. ¿Cuáles son tus favoritos? ¿Qué país te gustaría que gane esta OptiOrange?
Argentina.
Argentina, muy bien. Bueno, so we're gonna switch to English. Yeah, so we are back in this lovely OptiOrange. Thank you very much, Mauro, for this interview. He's an optimist sailor. He's sharing the experience of the OptiOrange. He's deeply recommending to come and do this race. The kids are really enjoyed. The conditions are great out there. So we are seeing now the green fleet finishing the first race. We're going to update shortly the results. So we have 4 fleets now racing. Already the groups are split in silver and gold fleets. So let's see who is the best of today. So I think we want to have a lot of definitions in the water. We're going to update the conditions that they have over there. So you can see in the drone images, looks like it's soft, but at the moment we have waves of nearly 0.6 meters growing. The breeze have slightly decreased. We probably are in 12 knots. The wind direction is northeast, 35 degrees approximately. The water temperature is 14.3 degrees, and the waves has been really steady, and not really big, but half a meter is enough for just try to do good surfing.
Here we have following the Gold Fleet in race number 2 of today. Great effort by all the sailors. And as we can see, it looks like the breeze is dropping a bit, no? The boats are moving a bit slower.
Yeah, so the breeze drops like probably 10 knots now. The waves still there, so that's make the conditions a little bit more difficult for the sailors. So obviously much more body working for them. It's going to be a huge effort just to keep the boat moving around, and each tack is sacrificing a lot of distance. So, but now apparently the right fleet is doing a little bit better. Yeah, it's super spirited. Let's see how this goes. But looks like with the wind decrease intensity was moving a degrees and more pressure. So let's see what happened.
Quite cloudy, no?
Yeah, it's cloudy. So it's going to be there also tomorrow. So obviously when we have sunny conditions, the wind absolutely is not going to be northeast component. So it's going to be southeast or more the classical thermic breeze. But we have this front coming from the north, so that makes that the conditions became a little bit tricky.
And just to go overview again over the wind conditions for today, this is what we were expecting. Is it what we are having at the moment, do you think?
Yeah. So, but look, it's just we have updated the wind direction. So it's a right shift momentum with a little bit softer breeze. So it looks like in the gas we are nearly 12 to 13 knots, probably a little bit less. In the left inside is less pressure, so some of the boats are crossing now. Obviously in this second bit, tricky, very, very tricky. First race was absolutely paying the left. Now apparently we have the first part of the fleet coming in from the right and obviously getting some advantage there. It's the middle right. Yeah, so we have the first 5-6 boats reaching the upwind mark in this second race.
And here we have the fleet today. As you can see, they're way, way, way more far away than yesterday.
I mean, to have always a fleet in front of you, so if the goal is starting first, the mission of the coaches is reading what is happening with the previous fleet. So before you start, so you can give some tips to your kids in terms of where to go, where to establish the tactics, and where to get positioned yourself to get the better results and less distance, obviously, in the first beat. So now we have probably 8 knots.
And let's change to the camera now. See how the fleet is approaching here from the bottom, the top mark.
Yeah, but the right was absolutely paying this fleet. So we have a start here. Which group? I think this is the blue group. They're back, so it's a general recall here.
General recall, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can catch the gold fleet at the top mark.
Yep. Okay, here we go with the gold fleet. First boat rounding the windward mark.
As we see, the waves are quite big at the moment.
Yeah, so tricky conditions. Waves and soft breeze is not something that really easy to manage, especially in the Optimist. Some of the kids probably they start to just modify the shape of the sail, trimming different.
Make it a bit deeper.
It may make it a bit deeper, getting more power. Obviously, you don't want to have a flat sail like the first race. Now we have the first pack coming in, very quite orderly. A few situations here, one boat taking just on the line, trying to squeeze there. So I think just room. Remember that we are sailors, we are not allowed to touch the mark. If this is happening, we need to do a 360 penalty. Yeah,
And what happens if we touch the mark? What should we do?
we need to do a 360 penalty. Yeah, so we have obviously juries, and we have a rib looking each mark and taking the pass. So if they see a kid touching the mark, normally they is not doing the penalty, could be disqualified. That is a normal procedure. So, but they know if they touch the mark, normally other kids are looking around, so they will shallow in, and it's very intense over there. So everyone is fighting for every single point.
You can't pass, no, the judgment from the other
No
kids.
way. So the kids are like looking around and see if you have a penalty. You need to go for it, do it, and just be under the rules. So it's the correct thing, it's the correct way. Eventually, we can see some kids in other main championships with a lot of boats that they jump some mark. Yeah, and
really?
Yeah. We saw it a few weeks ago.
And what happens if you do that?
I mean, eventually it's not easy for the organizers to understand if someone just jumped one of the marks and was cheating there, but normally other competitors will, we will present a formal complaint, and if
But that's for sure a big infringement, no?
yeah, it's a big infringement, and really it's not funny, because the National Federation can obviously just give you a hard penalty during the year, or just to put you out of any competition during 1 year, or can be a sanction for the club and also for the coach. So, yeah.
Oh, wow. So not something to take lightly.
No. It's good to have the rules, otherwise out of control. So like each sport, each game, we have rules. We need to go under it. It's important. So it's when the kids are growing in different levels, they have a background in theory. So they study in the classroom the rules and the different techniques to be just on the edge of the rule, but never in infringement. So we are now obviously live for the second start of the day. So it's a blue group. It was a general recall. So now they are dialing up, close, waiting for the time, so we can see the flag in the committee race boat, classical Real Club Nautico de Valencia committee race boat. This is a general recall flag still there, so they need to put down this flag, call for the time, and restart the procedure. So, all the kids, we can see all the kids next to the committee race boat, because they like to take the time. They have a watch on board, and they take the time. So the start procedure takes 5 minutes. So during these 5 minutes, they need to understand where to get positioned in the start line.
And what do you think they're doing here beside the race committee?
They're waiting for the time. They're waiting for information. So in the previous coach meeting, we heard that with so many kids and with so long start line, eventually the kids cannot start the arm. So it's a big arm. Every time that the committee moves a flag up or down, and if they are far away with the noise of the sails and the waves and the water, they cannot hear properly, or they cannot see it. So that is the reason why all this block of 30 boats are super close. And apart from that, if was a black flag in the previous start, the kids that has been OCS out of the line in the first start, they will be marked, and they cannot raise the second bit. So that is how the rule works. Obviously, black flags means that if you are out of the line in the last minute, you will be disqualified. So that is a tool that is in the hands of the committee, officer, just to try to get the kids inside of the line in place is very hard. There are so many, and they are so exciting, and they try to just be super on the edge, and sometimes half of the fleet is out of the line. So you need just to do a general recall, repeat all the procedure, waste time. So at the end, if you are having 4 races for the program, probably you're gonna do 3 or 2, just because this waste of time to come back and repeat the procedure. So, but is what it is. The committee race officer cannot control the sailors, but obviously if they can catch the numbers of the OCS, they will put it in the board, in the back of the committee, and the kids can see who is out, who is in, and what's is going to be happening in the second start of this blue fleet at the moment that we are seeing from our drone images.
So let's see if they get to race soon. Conditions for sure look lighter than a few hours ago. Don't you agree, Agustin?
Yeah, of course. The thing is changing. Has been a big shift to the right. The pressure has decreased a bit, but it's always enough breeze and intensity for the kids just to keep racing. This is going to be really a hard job for the coaches to help the kids to understand the field and the waves and the right trimming and the right positioning. So with these variable conditions, if I should just, my favorite spot for starting in these conditions is the middle of the line. So in the middle of the line, if you have a clear air in front, so you can just run the first quarter and decide if you just keep going left or right and get a good position on the fleet. So remember that normally the strategy here is not try to beat all the races, to be the first in all the races, because it's that super hard. It's not many kids in the history that can do that. So obviously this is mathematics. So if we have 9 races, 10 races, and 11 races, we are doing a media. So the goal here is try to put positions or finishing positions in the first 10 boats of each fleet. So if you do that, at the end of the day, you will be positioning in the first 3 boats. Obviously, for win this race, you will need some bullets or some positions in the first 3 boats. No way out.
Yeah, but as you're saying, this is a game of consistency. It's not all about just winning one race and then scoring a bad race, because we can only discard one. So in sailing, it is very important to stay consistent until the end and just give yourself the chance to do mistakes, because sometimes some factors are uncontrollable and you need to be able to take those bad results without
yeah, absolutely, Pablo.
to take forward the result.
Absolutely, good appreciation. So in this game, in the sailing sport in general, the consistency is everything, because you can make a mistake. According to the rules, we can discharge our worst race, and eventually if you are very consistent and all your positions are in the first 10 boats, for example, the discharge race is not helping you, mathematically talking. Is helping to the guys that has been consistently in the first 3-4 boats, and if they have a bad race, they will discharge it. But if you are consistent and you have not a bad race, you are discharging less numbers than the guy that really had only 1 bad race. But with 2 bad races, you start to get complicated. With 1 OCS, you start to get complicated, because the OCS means that you're going to get all the points of the last plus 1. So very hard. So we're going to wait a little bit. We keep in your images. Waiting for information. Still is the general recall flag there, so apparently there's a massive quantity of boats in the back of the committee race boat. They are now waiting just to see the board information, so they want to know if they are out, because if they are out in the first start, they cannot race the second one, so they need to wait for the third start. Sadly, is the rule. night waves conditions. The breeze stay there, 10 knots. We're gonna check the meteorological buoy shortly and see if the wind is still in 50 or is coming back to 35, 40, which is the normal northeast. But in practically this northeast is soft. Normally when we receive winds from these directions should be over 20 knots, like happened in the last OptiOrange, 18, 20 knots, but
Yes, crazy conditions.
yeah, but we are half of that way, and it's enough to have all the kids moving around with a lot of power in the sail and very active. So still they are like pushing in the back of the committee waiting for the new procedure. Cesar is the main officer in this championship. He's a great officer, a lot of experience, a lot of races in many classes. I saw Cesar working in different events in the snipe class. Always good, and with the challenges to have a different places like Madrid or Melilla or Murcia in Mar Menor, which is absolutely, it's a hard job for the committee, establish the right angles and just to go in start line and keep everybody happy racing here.
And what?
No estamos como en el catamarán, pero también.
No, en el catamarán.
Eso
Hi guys, we are back. OptiOrange 2016. We are in the gate. Gold fleet, mark rounding here. The fleet splitting right, left. All the big pack of the fleet just turning the mark here. Some penalties. Look at the juries with this yellow flag. There's clearly infraction there, so they get closer. You can see it is a classical movement that we've been explaining before. Yeah, the jury observe the penalty, they go with the flag, they need to do 2 turns. It's going to be super costly for the sailor. Just
Tell me, Agustin, which gate would you take if you would be...
in this moment, I mean, it's quite tricky. The decision of the gate, for me, depends of the position that you are reaching the gate and what you have in front. It's not the same if you are rounding first, that you are rounding 15, that you are rounding the last. So if you are rounding first, you are the head of the fleet, and you're going to be market the strategy of probably the first quarter of your fleet. So in this case, always I will take the left. Yeah. So if you see from behind, if you came downwind, apparently the right red mark that we are seeing is a little bit closer in distance to the windward mark, but the port tack have a better angle. So basically, when you came downwind, you need to look back over your shoulders and check where is the pressure coming in for the next upwind, and also try to have control about what is happening with the shift. Yeah, so we have a case. You have one boat here going to the left, one going to the right. We can see it's more pressure into the left. So clear choice here is the left. Yeah, to save. It's a lot of traffic. Obviously, when you are in the back of the pack, it's hard, and you need just to try to minimize.
Clear wind, but it's also hard.
Minimize the maneuvering. Go to the side that is more breeze, and just to try to just cut off these meters that you have from the front group.
There's the problem always that everybody wants to go to the place with more breeze, so it's quite tricky, finding sometimes the clear wind.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the primary goal here is not to have any boat in front of you. So the principle of sailing are very clear. We work with the air. So the air is our engine, the wind is our engine. So it's a cone of dirty air that generates every single sailing yacht in the world. So this cone is a projection of the back, approximately in the line of the 45 degrees. So you need to run away if you are the boat of the back. So when you sail downwind, it's exactly the same. You need to look aft, you need to just turn your head around and check that it's not boats taking your air. Otherwise, your speed will decrease a lot. So you don't want to have a low speed, so you need to react. You need to go up, you need to jive, or you need to tack. So you need to react. You cannot sail in the back of the kids. Eventually, what happened on this age when you are 10, 12, so you have some top sailors, you have kids that are always sailing better than you, and what many kids do is just they go and they follow some leads, but this is not convenience. Follow a boat is not a right strategy, never works. So it's better to start to think by yourself, and really is always better to do the things wrong and learn about this experience that follow another boat. That is not adding any value, and at the end you're going to be losing distance and speed, and your position is not going to be great, even if you are following a guy who is beating the race at the end. So great images now. It's a macro images of this gold fleet. Yes, the leader has really taken a lot of advantage. Great reading of the tactics. So obviously the second and third, they tack is a right thing to do. So when the second is observing that it's not crossing clearly ahead of the first boat, he decides to tack just to keep the distance, minimize the loss. Try to just to keep the same angle and the same direction of the first boat, and wait for the opportunity. When is going to be that opportunity? When the wind turn into the left, so the angle gets better, so the leeward boat will tack and will reduce the distance against the windward boat. So this is basically tactics. The kids knows they do it instinctively, and it's incredible to see how these kids react. They do the tactics, they works. So we are seeing now this is in Spanish 3-4-8-8 leading the group. Local Spanish leading the group. It's very exciting when you are first in one of these races, especially in OptiOrange. You maximize your concentration, you get everything. You have a lot of stress because you cannot manage. All the boats are open the course, and you cannot control all the your competitors going to the right, going to the left, so you need to be conservative. And normally, if you are not sure what to do when you are first, we need to cover the second. So that is the first rule. When the second and third are very close and they open right and left, you need to decide. You cannot be in the middle. You need to go with one of them. And normally the decision will be based in your instinct and when you believe that should be the maximum breeze, the maximum speed, or the shift that you consider that is going to be in the next 3-4 minutes. At the moment, beautiful conditions. Wave study, probably waves. The waves have decreased a little bit, 0.4 meters. Tacking now, the leader, Spain leader, the Gold Fleet here. Beautiful tack, very nice body handling, nice streaming, nice speed. He's really extending the lead. We have a second, I think it's Finland, also doing a great job. So in this second race, we can see how the sailors have really extend the distance each other. The fleet get compact, probably from the tents, and they're just managing we have some boats there on the right inside. Probably they will pay, but Spain take the right decision. He covered the second, he's 10 the left. Now he's managing to have a very clear lie line. Yeah, nice lead, Pablo, for the Spanish boat now.
Yes, looking comfy there. There's few boats approaching from the right.
From the right, careful from the right because it's solid breeze.
Yeah, solid breeze. Looks like but maybe they're tacking away. Could be that they're not managing to cross and they just want to defend that right side.
Correct.
Or maybe there's a bit of a left shift now and that's why they're tacking to leave, no?
Yeah, the pressure is building up from the right, and coming back and forwards with the probably 15 degrees shift. So the kids are just very smart, smelling this shift, and see if they can squeeze in the first position. So it's a very nice fight. Let's see how is the Spanish doing. We have now the right fleet, Gold Fleet. Clearly is 3 boats. Yeah, fighting for the first positions here. Obviously, if they get the windward mark in the first 5 position, they will really extend the lead, and the reaching and the downwind will determine who is going to be the winner of this second race of the day 3 in the OptiOrange. Beautiful conditions for the kids. They will come back short, very happy. I think today we're going to complete 3 races, right?
Yes, I think I will be positive of doing those first 3 races of finals.
Yeah.
So let's see how it goes, but breeze looks good. How was the forecast looking? Should the wind hold?
The wind will hold. Has been changing the conditions. In 2 days we have 2 systems. We have 2 high pressures and 1 low pressure system coming from the north of Spain. So depending on how fast this low pressure moves, will bring us more breeze intensity, but always from northeast component, and keeping this nice, it's not choppy conditions. It's I think it's a long wave, 0.5 meters deep on it, helping the kids to sail very fast downwind. The races are taking probably 40 minutes each, longer in the blue group that they have repeat procedure a few times. So I think we have a camera 1 now in the start line, but still they are waiting for the procedure. Yeah, we can see the committee probably is time already.
I would say red flag is up, right, for bronze?
Red flag, correct.
Bit of waiting still, so let's follow the fleet that was racing now. This is the fleet approaching the finishing line. It says Gold Fleet, right, Agustin?
Gold fleet. Let's see how it's defined. If the left or the right. So was Spanish, Finland, Poland, Sweden. Let's see who is going to be the first. If we can confirm for our viewers, maybe Mama, maybe Granddaddy is watching the racing live.
Canada here.
Canada here, great job.
This is Will Kailty from Canada winning the race. Congrats to him. Tight call here between.
Tight.
Who is this?
Is Spanish
Spain?
coming from the left.
So this is Ethan Rogel from Spain. Looks like he got a good race alongside Turkey. Eren.
Fourth place also for Spain is Spain 3540. I cannot see it well. Very good job for these guys. So, especially for the winners, have a bullet race here in the OptiOrange is a dream for these kids.
Yes, and especially low results like this really change the overall position you're in. If you're like middle fleet and you score a first place,
You go up really fast. Yes,
really
yes, and get motivated, because if you say, okay, I can win one of the races, one I cannot win two. So you get ambitious immediately. So it's nice, very nice. Very nice to see the kids pushing hard here. Netherlands, Spain, Turkey, US. In the middle of first 10 boats. Spain. Yeah, here we go.
let's switch now to the start. They're soon starting the bronze fleet. We can see that it looks like it's committee favor, no? From what the fleet is thinking here.
A ver, let's analyze it a bit. So probably it's less of 1 minute to go. So we have all the fleet. We have the big pack from the middle committee race boat N. And we have probably 1/3 of the fleet just staying in the middle, and one boat heading fast to the pin end. So yeah, the favorite at the moment is aligning in the committee race boat, but it's really no a huge advantage, probably 5 degrees in the committee race boat. But it's more important to have a clear start with clear breeze, no OCS. We have one kid here starting in the port tack. He tack again, he's trying. He tack, clear start, looks like. Yeah, good start from the middle. Good start here in the pin end. The boat's in the last quarter of the line. And bronze fleet going in the first upwind leg of this second race for them. Good angle, good in the middle, the middle side, as mentioned before, was a favorite strategy. If you are not sure and you're not going to be fighting in the committee race boat with 25 boats, because only will be room for 1 or 2 to go just at the end to do a good start. So
Yes, and for everyone joining from home, we have 70 people right now on the live stream, so let us know who you are cheering for, what country you're representing, and let's keep it rolling here and cheering for our guys that are all doing great job.
So okay, the first boat tacking already, moving the left. Let's see how the cross goes. Still the middle is a favorite. The guys who have been starting in the middle of the line are crossing very, very clearly. Let's see what happens because we have probably 20 boats already sailing to the right inside. very fast. No, with a big pressure. The pressure is in the middle at the moment, and it's a lefty shift, probably 5-6 degrees.
That makes a big difference.
Yeah, but in the advantages you see now how the fleet is moving, and this first group that we have close to our camera, they have a clear breeze. That is a goal for any sailor, when you can sail clear ahead, no one is taking your breeze, especially after the start, when it's super complicated just to squeeze and get your room, just to, development your speed. And if you see the second and the third line of this group, is many tacking, obviously because they get to understand they need to go away from this dirty breeze that Vic explained before. But every time that you tack, the boat became slow, and you need to recover your apparent wind again to generate the maximum real speed over ground. So super tricky. Okay, so nice view from our cameras now. Still 10 knots, 35-40 degrees northeast component. The waves has became a little bit smaller, obviously going with the breeze. Okay, let's keep enjoying these beautiful images from our drone team.
Great job by Aloy shooting this amazing shot.
Yeah, Pablo, the technology provides us the opportunity to follow these races live, any part in the world that you are.
Yes, imagine a few years ago when it was impossible, eh?
No, I mean, the only way to follow this race is going to the water, getting a rip, getting wet, cold probably.
And also the angles are really deceiving, eh? When you're seeing it live. From here everything looks more simpler, not to follow, but in the water everything is flat and sometimes it's hard.
Of course, so we are sitting here, comment the races, when with this amazing up in the air images, the tactics looks more like the analysis of the tactics looks more simple for us, but obviously when you are at water level, is complicated. It's really hard to understand what happened, so your perspective is not the same that we are having here. So I think the future, or in the near future, the coaches will be using this technology. Yeah, at least for training. I think we should use it. We have so many with the EI. So now we can add some sensors. So we have wind sensors. So we have tension sensors like load cells that we can put in the bank kicker, we can put in the sheets, we can put in the hiking straps. So get a lot of information, get this information, analyze it with the EI, and make each sailor better sailor when you realize when is your weak point or where are your stronger points. But that came with data, and now with the EA, I think we're going to see amazing things in the future, how this sport will be developed. So we have here in Valencia in September Sail GP for the next 3 years.
Yes, that's
Yes.
true. Big change. Hope we have a good breeze here to sail in Sail GP.
Yeah, September is going to be similar conditions of what we are having now. It's not a classical summer, but it's going to be a fun, so it's going to be a great venue in the America's Cup port.
Yes, definitely, and they have a great venue. They hosted here the America's Cup a few years ago, 2 editions, right?
Yeah. So this was 2 America's Cups here in Valencia, and suddenly we lost the America's Cup that was done in Barcelona. Yes, always a political things, but we have these amazing boats back in Valencia. It's all the spectators can go into the pier. It's facilities just to watch the races, and all the circuit is organized just to have these Sail GP boats very close to shore. So we are back with this group. Nice tacking for the first 3-4 boats. Here we see Germany fighting against a Spanish boat. So obviously Germany is trying to get a little bit higher to not go into the dirty breeze of the Spanish. So we can see the different trimming, the different techniques they are using. The German is moving the rudder a little bit more in the waves, which is a good technique. The Spanish is a little bit tired in the sheet. He has more tension in the sail because he's trying to go up, and up. All right, so we are back in the start line. I don't know which group we are managing to see. It's a green group, probably. It's a new start. So we can see the two groups, how they are split and divided. And that is the difference in time that they have just to not you know, when you have a compact group of 40 or 45 boats, you need to let this group go and take some time to start the second procedure with the second group. Otherwise, it's unfair for the second group because they receive all the dirty air of the first group. So how you can see in the images here, so you have one group and second group, but it's not interference. So the second group sails nicely with no distortion, with no turbulence, and the first group is already finishes off the mark rounding in the windward mark, and they are bearing away in a nice reaching, going straight to the gate to get the downwind leg. Now with live images of Spanish sailor 3628, yes, direct from our rib, or cameras on the rib, Sweden. So these are the leaders of the blue group, super focus, so reaching conditions. So nice, you can see how they're working out. They work with the sheet, they work with the body, they try to speed up the boat, they try to do some surfing. They have half of the rudder up. This is happening because they don't need the lift of the rudder in these conditions because they are going.
They want to slide a bit down.
Correctly. So the idea is to reduce the drag of the center board and you know, make the boats faster on that. So a nice group. So we have the first 5-6 boats. It's more compact. From the fourth, fifth, sixth guys, they would like to keep the position. Canada, yeah, back in the game, so it looks Canada is having a good day at the end. Looking back, when it's looking back, it's trying to figure out if someone is taking the breeze from the back. No, easily to do it in reaching conditions, so you should be in parallel, or it should be in a 90 degrees alignment just to take the breeze of the boat. Obviously, if you are in the front, the second will try to catch you, and the only way is to steal your wind and generate some turbulence in the back of your boat.
Yeah.
So the conditions stay, looks like we still have 8 to 10 knots. Not big changes in the forecast at the moment.
So now I just want to have the mark.
No, when I zoomed in.
Va todo bien en la OptiOrange. Veo una buena trasluchada, todos trasluchan muy bien. De paso, han pasado la boya, todos muy bien. Antes había visto uno que se había dejado la boya por encima, la del OptiOrange. Esto es una popa larga. Los últimos tampoco son tan perdedores, pero son muy buenos los últimos, diría.
Vale.
Va todo bien, muy poca ola.
Hello, Mauro. We're here in the studio with you. What do you see of your rivals in Optimist?
Todo bien. Sí.
Ahora, soon we will have Agustin back. Agustin is our interviewer.
It's my father.
He's Mauro's father, and he's doing a great job keeping us alive in this OptiOrange and just giving a bit of background information of what is happening. We are now seeing the what fleet is this? The blue fleet, the silver fleet going downwind. These are the 105 to 210 boats.
Yeah.
First 105 is reserved for Gold Fleet, and this is the middle group.
Yeah.
And yes, if you see any of your sailors, let us know who you're cheering for, who you're looking for here, and let's see if we can get a close-up of these sailors. And we're seeing the boats now approach. As we can see, thanks to our great on-water shots, it's cloudy, it's lighter than the conditions that we started, and the wave is a bit crossed, a bit more from the right of the wind than we were expecting, so that's why the boats are sailing with the wind a bit crossed. And for those that have missed, we have the previous days uploaded on YouTube also for you to check and improve or enjoy from home. And we are also having other events, like for example tech talks, for example with Will Catley, among other sailors, and all of this is for free and available in our YouTube channel, so if you like what we're posting, you can follow us there.
The boats that are And we're here again with the leading boats of the Silver Fleet. We can see Sweden 4940 looks like leading towards this right side of the course. This is Didrik Dahlberg. Didrik unfortunately had 2 black flags, so that's why he was in Silver Fleet, but we can see that he's a strong contender and showing this Silver Fleet how it's done. So he'll be happy to take a bullet, even if it's in Silver Fleet. A bullet is always a bullet. And for those that are joining from home, that are maybe newer to the sport, let's just review how the format works. We have first the top 105 sailors, followed by the next 105, so 106 to 210, and so on with bronze and emerald fleet. These sailors can now not move out of their group, so a silver sailor cannot overtake a gold sailor. And this is done so that in the last few days of action, the top sailors can race against each other, and it is more head-to-head, because right now the sailors that were winning races were in different fleets, so it can sometimes be a bit tricky for them to control their rivals, so this is why this is done. So we have now the updated results with the first race of Gold Fleet. These are the updated results. We have Eren from Turkey in place number 1, followed by Sisu from Finland in place number 2, Pablo Lopez in place number 3, Eren Khan from Turkey place number 4, Will Kately from place number 5, Maria Antonia placed number 6 and first girl overall. Leo Alonso placed 7th overall. Johnny Seacamp 8th. Finn Hodgins from Virgin Islands in 9, and UAE sailor Jean-Luc rounding up the top 10. It's been a bit of a shake-up race. Some sailors have already had a bad discard. Eren, that's leading, had the 43, but luckily he had really good previous results. Pablo Lopez, very consistent, managed to score an 11th place, so he is looking very good on the way up to the finals. Other sailors that had not such good results was, for example, Maria Antonia scored the 60th, Leo Blanco scored the 35th, and Jean-Luc scored the 42nd. So as we can see, it's been a bit of a shakeout. Let's switch camera now, see what we have live from the water. And look at these sailors, tight battle here, really close between them, trying to probably get the mark room. German sailor tries to duck and go behind them, but we see the other sailors from Canada, Spain, Germany and Spain going on port, all of them towards that left-hand mark that will soon come out in the screen. We'll soon zoom out a bit and see how it's looking more from an outside perspective. Great shot there. We're starting to see the sailors jibe now. And here we slowly see the gate. We're quite far away still. Looks like they were maybe slowing themselves down a bit and not focusing on the real battle, which is getting to the gates quickly. But traffic can be complicated sometimes, and you have to battle it against other boats and try keep as much clear air as possible. What an incredible shot right now that we're seeing all the fleets race. You can see the crazy amount of boats there is. A total of none less than 408 boats. Crazy number of boats. We can see them all sailing, all the fleets. So nice this shot. Well done to our drone pilots. We can also see here how the gusts are coming, the patches of dark wind, dark area, which means more wind, and also the patches with a lighter area where there is a bit less wind. So well done to our pilots for showing us this amazing shots. And let's change camera now. We have another fleet racing. Two fleets here racing. Looks like we have the Emerald fleet going downwind already. This will be the second race of the day, so they will be happy finishing this race. Very well done to the race committee also for holding and being able to manage such efficient use of today's amazing conditions here. Let's see now the finish line, see how it's looking. And if we are not mistaken, we can see here the big pack of boats. We are seeing here I believe it's the Gold Fleet. Let's see if we can. No, this is a Silver Fleet. We see here the Silver Fleet just finishing. We have some fans of Silver Fleet sailors here. We have a Julie cheering for Yona USA 486. Diedrich also being cheered for. So for whoever is watching, let us know who you are cheering for, and let's translate this positive wishes towards them. And we can see here all the fleets racing at the same time. Look at how many people are involved in this event. Just with the sailors, we have more than 400 sailors, and then we have to count in coaches. We have to count in support members, families, organizers of the club. So as you can see, this is a great event that probably moves more than 1,000 people. So great to see how sailing is becoming more and more popular, how the kids from all over the world are joining to see this. And let's just go over once again the countries. Spain, USA, Netherlands, UK, Turkey, France, Canada, Sweden. You can see there's so many nations. So it's great to see such an international fleet enjoying the waters of Valencia and this 8th edition of the OptiOrange. And here we have the gold fleet just going up to the top mark. Race number 3, very efficient day today, and we're just gonna see how they approach. Really important race. Tomorrow we'll have, if possible, 3 more gold fleet races, but it is very important for all the sailors to achieve good results today if they want to be in position to battle tomorrow for the podium positions.
Polish sailor again having another great race here. We saw her on the first race leading, so Pola Wojcik from Poland is really putting a good performance here on today's Gold Fleet Day 1. Let's check her overall position in the women's category. She was, let's check now. She was 7th girl overall, and if she manages to get another strong result as she's lining up for here, she could really move up today. She has really good sailors. Margot from Hong Kong, 3rd place at the Worlds this year, and also Ines Mendez, 2nd place at the Worlds last year. Last year's world champion was Ola Lubiańska, but she is now sailing in 29er. She was here 3 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, from what I was told. And so the level of girls here in this fleet is really high. They're really pushing, and they are also here fighting for the overall positions like Polish sailor Pola Wojcik is doing right now. Let's change cameras to see the finishing line of race number 2. Bronze fleet here. We can see the sailors finishing. Few sailors still coming through. We will soon switch again to see the gold top mark rounding. So we are having now live images from the top gold mark rounding. Let's see if we can manage to get them on screen now. And here we have the top sailors rounding. Polish sailor rounding there with German, Swedish, Canadian, and US. Really diverse fleet going on here. Many countries have we've mentioned throughout the day. Great job by OptiOrange getting this amazing international fleet together. And we've seen already Hong Kong sailor, and it was Margot. Margot just rounded there. She's also fighting for the top girl position, so we're having few of the top girls here fighting for this leading top spots. And here we have big traffic, tight mark rounding for the Latvian, Turkish sailors there, but we can see they're managing really well. As we can see, not as strong as the wind was expected for today. It's probably around 8-10 with a biggish wave. Probably around half a meter, and it's more of a swellish than the expected short chop that we have in Valencia here. Look at the mark. Ooh, US sailor touch there, the mark. And there we see him taking the penalty. Really tight this race. We can see all the sailors in this compact gold fleet. The level is extremely high, probably one of the highest levels we've seen, as last year gold fleet couldn't be raced. So the sailors are here really managing to find a good position for this reaching, as it will be very important to them to find a good position and be able to extend and catch up to those top sailors. Let's switch again to the drone shots from what I believe is bronze fleet. Yes, this is bronze fleet number 2. We have a gold already starting at the top mark, race number 3, and silver fleet should soon be starting. We will switch to them once we know where they are.
And we are following here the last sailors of this gold fleet. They are really trying hard to be able to catch up with the top sailors. It's very hard when you round out the top mark in a bad position because you had a bad start or you couldn't find a clear lane to win the race. But it is always possible to make up spots as well as to lose them. But it's possible to make up spots. You just have to find a way of doing less meters than those ahead whilst still holding a good speed. Or the other option is being faster than the rest and doing the same amount of meters. In the upwind is tricky, but the downwind, if you're able to find a clear lane and really speed up, make some distance to them, you can really change your position. And maybe a 20th, a 30th place isn't the best place, but in tomorrow's racing, that could turn into the winning decisive race if the other sailors don't do as good and you can have a better discard. So it is very important in sailing to never give up, to never consider that the race is done, because you could need that result that's not looking as good at the moment. Let's switch now to the aerial view. See this fleet rounding. As we can see from the water shot, we can see the boats also taking the reaching mark from this top position right now. We're quite zoomed in, but let's see what we can see. And we're seeing here the sailors from the gold fleet taking that reaching mark.
And let's thank the sponsors of today's video. We have Winner Optimist, Vic Sailing, City Sales, Valencia Charter, The Dog Shop, Ricky Stadel, Maranello, Four Sailors, Sailing Quack, Coca-Cola, and us at Road to Gold that we have all helped this regatta to become a better event. There will be raffles for sailors and coaches this afternoon. And we're also going to have multiple prizes given throughout the days and tomorrow in the prize giving.
Me encanta, tío, porque encima puedo ver todo lo que hace. Veo detrás que tengo una...
For those of us that are joining us from home, we would like to introduce you to our program called Road to Gold Optimist Edition. You have more information of this program in the link that's in the comments section. It is the first online sailing course for those sailors that cannot come to regattas, for example, here, or cannot train at their homes because it's too cold or the conditions are not good. And we've created an online program between Ton Turn, Optimist World Champion Coach, and me, Pablo Ruiz, where we detail and explain multiple factors that can improve your performance. So if you're interested in that, either as a sailor, coach, or parent, you can click the link and you can see it there. And here we have the Silver Fleet rounding the top mark. Didrik from Sweden, once again in those top positions. I recognize Didrik from before. Followed by Hong Kong Sailor, Tara Malia. I think Tara barely missed the Gold Fleet. She unfortunately had a DSQ and a black flag, but the other races were for sure contending for Gold Fleet with a 9, 7, and 3 in qualifying. So shame about this race result, but she already won the first race of silver and overtook Didrik, which was in those leading positions. So congrats to her, and she proved her point here.
Otra vez que si queremos.
And let's follow the next fleet we have here. It is this fleet here, going upwind. If I'm not mistaken, it is Bronze Fleet doing their third race of the day. The fleets are starting to finish. Quick day that happened today. We have already some of the Gold Fleet sailors that unfortunately got a black flag are already on shore here. And early finish for them for their day, but has good and bad things. Bad thing, you obviously have last place who know where he wants. But good thing, in a cold day like today, which is not the warmest, you're also back on shore early, so maybe some of these sailors are not that sad about their BFD result. And some of you were asking what is Road to Gold on the chat and throughout these days of racing. So let us show you a quick glance at what Road to Gold is. Road to Gold is the first online sailing program
So for those of you that were asking these days around Marina, what is Road to Gold? Road to Gold is the first online sailing program. We have been showing it on screen these days. It is the first program that shows you how to improve your sailing or your coaching from home, where we have multiple chapters by top sailors and manufacturers and coaches showing us how to win and what is needed to win, with the collaboration of many recent champions in the class, and extensive video galleries where all the sailors show their techniques and how they do it the best. So as you can see, it is a very, very complete guide and video of how everything works. So if you're interested in it, you can check it on the link on the comment section. And here we see the bronze fleet sailors rounding the top mark. We just missed the first few sailors that were passing and we weren't able to catch them on time, but here we see the big pack of sailors from USA, Canada, GBR and Malta coming through. Conditions are holding, so looks like we're going to finish on time today. This is the third race, and there's a maximum of 6 races programmed for finals, so Really nice to see here the fleet, the bronze fleet, and change cameras to see how the sailors are seeing it right now, and the coaches, which is this sea view, and also see our top perspective from the drone. So very interesting to see these two different shots and how they compare each other, and what can look one way from the sea view can be a completely different situation, and happens a lot sometimes that sailors think they were just going straight, but actually when you see the aerial footage you see that they were pointing quite higher or more than they expected, and vice versa. So as you can see, it can be a very tricky and deceiving situation sometimes, the difference between the views. And let's switch now to see the Emerald approaching. This is the last fleet of today. Last time we will see the sailors around the top mark. So let's get a view of them.
So as we're seeing, some of our sailors are slowly approaching the marina. The gold fleet is just now coming in, approaching the slipway. But now on the screen here we have the finish line of the bronze, which is the bronze red fleet. Red fleet. First boats are slowly passing the finish line. Another boat from the bronze fleet approaching here the finish line. This is the last race of day 3 of Valencia Orange Regatta. So this is more or less middle of the bronze fleet here on the finish line with us, slowly approaching this last race of the day. Another day of amazing orange regatta, just finishing soon. Not so long as the days before. The wind conditions were a bit better today, so we managed to fit the races in a bit shorter period of time, so the sailors can rest before going tomorrow again to the water, get some warm dinner, warm up, and be ready for the last racing day tomorrow. Now we can see the bronze fleet on our screens. Second half of the fleet approaching the finish line, just now crossing. You see some Spanish, German boats, some French and Netherlands boats. You see Canada and Norway on the screen, Sweden, last boats from the bronze fleet are coming to the finish line. We see some Spanish boats. Of course, our biggest fleet here, biggest nation here, Spanish. But also some Netherlands and Norway, Malta here on the finish line with us. And soon we'll come back to the Emerald Fleet for the finish line of this last race of day number 3 here in Valencia. Slowly finishing the bronze fleet race. Last race of the day. Last boats are coming with us to the finish line, and soon we'll move to the Emerald Fleet to cover the last fleet, last race of this day number 3 during the OptiOrange Regatta here in Valencia. As we already said, the yellow and the blue fleets are slowly coming to Marina. So if we have any parents, grandparents, or any fans that are with us on the shore waiting for them, you can go and help them de-rig, give them the trolleys, and just give them a nice hand and help them. So if you have any parents or anyone listening from shore, the yellow fleet and the blue is slowly coming back. So give them a hand, maybe a warm tea. They will for sure enjoy it, as the day wasn't the warmest today, and we had a bit of wind, so they for sure want to drink something nice and warm. And here on the screen we can see the leader of the Emerald group, So Emerald Fleet coming here towards the finish line. We have a Swedish boat leading for Swedish 4912 on the lead in the Emerald group. Last race of the day, almost on the finish line, pushing the boat to secure this first place in the last race of today. Really nice zoom in into the Swedish boat. Coming here on the finish line, we can see that committee rib, the rib of the finish line. So just securing this first place for the Emerald Fleet in the last race of today. You can see it nicely pushing through the waves as the wind is dying a bit. They're for sure a big challenge for the sailors, especially here at the end of the day. And here we go. Winner of the Emerald Fleet, the last race of today, Sweden 4912. Congrats. We can see the next boats approaching the finish line of the last race for Emerald Fleet, and slowly they're going to be going back home to their parents, their coaches, get something nice and warm after this cold and a bit more windy day. And the rest of the sailors from the Emerald Fleet are coming towards the finish line, pushing here with a slight wind and big wave here on the finish. slowly finishing the day here with the last sailors from the Emerald Fleet. Really nice day with amazing conditions. Not so much sun, but the wind was really perfect today. And yeah, last sailors here, slowly pushing towards the finish line as the wind is dropping and the wave is still with us. So this is really not the easiest condition to be finishing the race, but I mean, sometimes you just have to just keep your focus till the very end and push through the waves, even if it's light wind. Last minutes of the day, Emerald Fleet finishing the last race of today, slowly but surely getting to the finish line despite the light wind and the wave. This is going to be the last fleet and the last race for today, so last minutes of our live stream. Thank you so much for watching today. I hope you're enjoying our live stream and the commentators today. Thank you for being active in the chat on the YouTube. We highly encourage you to keep on letting us know who you're cheering for, and if you have any questions to put them in the comments during the live stream tomorrow. And thank you for being with us today. And here we have the last boats of the Emerald Fleet finishing this race. Last race, last fleet of the day. Thank you so much for being with us today. And as always, we're going to be streaming for you tomorrow. Thank you for being with us. Hope you're enjoying this live stream. We're trying to give you as much content and as much points of views. Thank you for being active with us today. And yeah, see you tomorrow. And here we have our last sailor on the finish line. Congrats to all of you for finishing the racing today and participating and just being on the water and fighting for every meter, every centimeter. Congrats to all of the sailors. It wasn't the easiest day for sure today. Here we have the last boat finishing on the finish line and going home now to get some rest before the last day tomorrow. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching, for being with us, being active, and see you tomorrow.